Alright, hello. Um, I wouldn't, I said I wouldn't stream today, but the guy I was supposed to be watching anime with has not said a fucking thing to me. So I'm just gonna continue. Yeah, I have ice. Last night I see some babble to murder Mr. Cochin. The murder weapon is killing the mask to this Babble's verdict statue, huh? I would disagree with that. I'll voice characters once I'm done with my drink. Interesting. Oh, wait, then something else crossed the lines? It's definitely the statue and the knife, that's for sure. Then what else? There's some dirt on the tips. Hey, take a look at this side drawer. There's it on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of this hair stick, I suppose. Why's there dirt stuck at the end of this hair stick in the first place? You know more than me, pal. You know more than me. Wait, so what else crossed the country lines? I don't quite understand. One of Alabasta knives used in the Babel to murder Scotchen and murder weapon is killing. Knives used Babylon, murder Mr. Cochin. I mean, that's just irrefutable. Murder weapon and the killing of Damask too is Babel's. Yeah, that's irrefutable too. Some of the two objects showed apparent security. You only traversed 2 countries. Just before and after the crimes was you. I don't know. You only traversed 2 countries just before and after the crimes was you. Oh! Wait, this is the flower thing. And what about this? Oh. Oopsies. My mistake. My bad. Wait, so what the fuck are we presenting on? Murder weapon and the killing of Damask Babbles. One of Alice Knives used in Babel to murder the coach, Mr. Cochin. I'm thinking. Not thinking hard, but I'm thinking. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin. This is true information. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask too is Babel's Primadux statue. Wait. Murder weapon of the killing of Damask too is Babel's Primadux statue. Spike swap and reone is originally from Alabast. Spiril, what has been swapped with a fake from Babel, was used as the weapon. Okay, no, that's just true. Somehow these 2 objects were able to penetrate 2 countries in impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the 2 countries just before and after the crimes was you. I have to somehow prove that it wasn't just us. Yeah, I'm noticing now that these pics are from the flower of the knife. It's also knife design. Yeah. It's a well-designed weapon. Or just thing in general. I think it's this that we have to present. The only traversed 2 countries before and after the crimes was you. Alabas from the statue. I'm gonna assume it's this. Okay, no. God, I don't know. I'm lost. Hurry up, you just got here. Alright? You don't have shit to say about me. I was here in spirit, okay. The only one who traversed the 2 countries just before and after the crimes. Wait a minute. Present for every stat took it in. Are we presenting this? Because technically these guys, like, I know the fucking Steel Samurai stuff traversed. Are we supposed to assume it's from fucking this? I'm gonna assume it's this. God damn it. Okay, surely. Okay, there's no piece of fucking testimony. Yeah, these are kinda useless to me. Okay, I feel like this is just incorrect. Or not, this is just irrelevant to what I'm trying to say. For the second, 4th, and 5th. There's also this pick, which I know resembles the thing on this knife. And it probably is from this knife, but I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to present. I don't know! No. You took too long to respond. And I'm already here. It's on you, dude. Should have said something. I don't understand. Take a little nap and all of a sudden my father abandons me. That's how it be. That's how it be. Well, you should have fucking said something. Obviously, I'm not gonna fucking know what you're doing if you don't tell me. I really don't know. Damage, took place second, I believe. I'm not content filled. The only thing I've streamed has been fucking Genshin Impact and this game. And after that, I'm not streaming a game ever again. Actually, that's not true. You only traversed 2 countries before and after the crimes was you. Well, it has to be fucking Manny coaching. But how the fuck do I prove that? Are these from the hairpins? And that's why there's 2 holes in the ground? It looks like it. Oh great, another fucking another fucking mystery solved. But not the currently predicament that I'm stuck on. Single stab to the base of the neck. Wasn't badly burnt by the fire. Okay, I feel like it's not this fucking statement. Somehow these 2 objects were able to penetrate 2 countries in penetrable security. Yeah, the first 2 statements just don't feel like they're refutable. Like, one of Alavas Snipes was using Babel to murder Mr. Kochin. That's right. The murder weapon in the killing of Damask 2 is Babel's Primadux statue. That's also true. Unless we can somehow prove that they aren't? Used to be real, but it's been swapped fake from Babel. I mean, the thing is like, he told this guy to go to this office. I don't know what for, but if he intended to steal the statue, and he died in the office, then I feel like that would have just not happened. Like, these statues wouldn't have been switched. Is that the evidence that I'm supposed to prove?
Objection!
Okay. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm already going crazy. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate. Crazy? I was crazy once. These two objects were able to penetrate two countries impenetrable barrier. That's not true, cause this did too. Is that what we're supposed to say? Is it actually this?
Objection!
Okay.
Knuckle back!
God, I don't know. I don't understand, man. I'm being stupid. Have you considered understanding? Have you considered... Never mind. The only things that come up to cross the border are the findings, but I hardly think that those two are the only items, Agent Lang. Okay! Alabast knives used in Babel to murder. So he's clearly alluding that there are more than two items that could have been crossed. As for whatever the fuck he's talking about, I have no idea. Have I pressed everything? Because I don't see how any of these statements are presentable.
Objection!
One of Alabast knives is in Babel to murder Coach. Murder weapon and killing of Damascus Babel's Primidex statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate. Okay. I feel like it's this statement if he wants us to say like, hey man, more than two things have crossed the country borders. But I pressed this already, and it's like, fucking hell. It don't work. It don't work. What about this? Is it actually this?
Objection!
Okay. I don't understand. Okay, what a... Cause they... What if someone, like, jumped from, like, I don't know, say here and into the water in the pool? Is that probable?
Objection! Knuckle back!
I'm just throwing shit out there. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 down, bow, down. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 down. The hair sticks?
Objection!
Oh wait, is he talking about two statues? Cause they have to be swapped. So it would have to be two instances of statues that have to be crossed. And the murder of those Babel's Primiduck statue. Murder weapon and the killing of Damask is Babel's Primiduck statue. Okay, you saying that makes me think that the thing I just said was completely wrong. These two objects serve to penetrate two countries and penetrable security. Wrong, the alabaster statue also fucking... Or this thing.
Objection!
Oh, yeah, there we go. See, I was right. Fuck you. Don't make me think I was wrong. Agent Lang, these two items are not the only two that crossed the border tonight. Oh. The mask too was killed with Babel's Primiduck statue, yes? But if that's the case, tell me, where did Alabaster's Primiduck statue go? The Babel. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. No, I got tilted because you hovered the statue with the right evidence and then said, no, that can't be. I'm sorry. It took me a minute, man. Okay. And this means that both statues were across the border tonight, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between the Alabaster and Babel is her. That's not true. Is that really true? Was there no one else who could have traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely Another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Yatagarasu? Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with security cameras footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed? Well, I pointed out that it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show you it through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This evidence shows another way to move between two countries. I assume it's this. Because it's wet. This belongs to Alabast. And so yeah, I assume like there's some fucking underground tunnels.
Take that!
Okay. Guess I was fucking wrong. Is it really the picture?
Take that!
Okay, I guess it is. Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo? Like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. Arg. Arg. But how can I prove this? How can I prove who it was that flew through this air in the photo? Wait, not humanly possible? Eureka! Very well, you have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within the photo's blurry tailed shadow is... I'm supposed to know? I don't fucking know. Wait, I genuinely don't know. Oh no, I'm fucked. I don't know. Can't be fucking Manny coaching, that's stupid. What? Not humanly possible. That really doesn't help. I'm aware it's a fucking object, but like, what could it possibly be? Are you telling me it's a bird? I've been a bird. Bird. Bird is the word. I've been a bird. 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 The bird is the word. Not humanly possible. Yeah, I have no idea. um... I mean, what I originally thought is that I'm out of ways to hint that without just giving it away. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just not connecting it, I feel like. What could it have been? Hair sticks with candy pattern. They thought it was a person at first. That's all I can give. That really does not help me. Because obviously it's not a fucking person, it has to be an object. But what could it have possibly been from what I have? I don't know. But what I did... The only thing I could think of, and initially I thought it was a coat that belonged to China, but that's obviously wrong. Here's sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There's some dirt on the tips. That's my brain farting right now. I feel like this is supposed to be super obvious. It is? Okay, then I'm stupid. Okay, let's look at every piece of evidence. It couldn't be a fucking statue. That shit is too heavy. Can't be a body. That's not a good idea. I don't think it could be a knife. This is just information. I don't think it could be money. Can't be plants. Can't be a fucking spear. Can't be the scrap of paper. Can't be a fucking box of hot dogs. Can't be a guitar pick. This holds no value. Photo taken after fifth fire on the fourth and fifth floors had taken place. Photo taken after the fifth fire. Is it smoke? Okay, first of all, the families occurred during second till the end of the shit before a second. Okay. Skips the automation. Can't be wire. Can't be fucking ash. Can't be that. These are relevant. I'm just not seeing it. I don't know. Game over incoming. Yep, you're absolutely right. It's Ash! Yep, fourth game over. Arg. Is this really where it all ends? Yes, it is, because I'm fucking stupid. I mean, showing what that shadow swing through the air is. Even if you had not barked for me, I would have done so. Dude, I don't know! I don't get it. Nothing in my evidence even looks remotely human. Unless you actually want me to think it's a fucking statue. In that case, I think you're strange. Fuck it, it's the fucking statue. Hello? Get outside. Face hidden in the shadows. In the blue. I actually am your idea. I feel like you're super frustrated with me. Yes. Fuck it, the other statue. Are you serious? God, okay. I have no idea how that makes fucking sense. Edgeworth, please explain. Can't be serious. The Itagarasu, other than Callisto Yu, dressed as Agicina, was inside Babel. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Pratt. What did you think when I said, like, Unless they threw a fucking statue over the walls. Mr. Prosecutor, you left out a very crucial bit of your explanation. I know I did. I was being driven up the wall. But like, that makes no sense though. Because assuming the statue's heavy as hell, how do you have the fucking strength to just throw a statue over a wall? Even if it was higher up on the floor, there's still like, let me look at the picture. Where is it? Like, yeah, if you were here, it would still take a sizable amount of force to throw it, like, from here to here. Unless there's a floor up here. But even then, making, like, this to here still takes some... Maybe they didn't throw it. Okay, how the fuck does that make sense? Whatever. Let's see the logic here. She launched it through the air? How exactly do you think she did that? He is literally baring his fangs at me, but he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before the ambassador went to give a speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francesca was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma. Oh, and what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something that interested me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Albuk had called for her. That reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. You really think a criminal will tell us the honest truth? How dare you? I've said numerous times that there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I'd like to hear about it from you. Francesca, I feel that I don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please specify your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no! As you wish. Alright, Franny, what do we got? Surely I was assigned guard to the Albertson Embassy. I saw a summary office way towards the ambassador's office. Returned to the Rose Garden for a bit, checked up on the security situation. If all the preparations are in place, I called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want to make this very clear from the beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that only the time span in which you were in his office was before the murder occurred, is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. Now the only way that I can see this spark is ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabistian Embassy. Thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. Upon hearing that, the Yatagarasu had sent the calling card to the embassy. Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago? Have you forgotten what happened back then? Yeah. Anything related to the case we were involved in appears to be rather painful to her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. Looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. We inspected every location, every possible escape route. Nobody asked for the police security detail. Did all that, and then after that, I saw the steel samurai on his way towards the ambassador's office. So, you were at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching the stage show? Well, yes, so Francisco was there. Well, after the show was over, I saw the steel samurai off. I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on security situation. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation even for a speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? Sorry. No one knew how... Just saw the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in that end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who could have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Francisca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start up soon afterward. Okay. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Albert to his office.
Hold it!
That time, the Massachusetts body has yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. Ambassador Albert was here, and could hardly miss his rather large presence. Criminals say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be obliged to you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this officer, Ambassador Albert was already here. He was standing by the flower box in the windowsill watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Yeah. Alright then, add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Albert was in the room at the time, was he? I read Ambassador Albert was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Albert was watering his plants on a windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. So if what you say is true, then you would have entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. It would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Albert is not an immovable wall. And knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had trained them himself and in growing them with utmost care, you know. Yes. The plants in this room, they're all like my children. The passion flowers in the roof flower box are still growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in bloom. Or, respond Karma, what did you just say now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. With 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box.
Hold it!
That's cap. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in the boombox, correct? Yes, I could hardly think I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers. Must be a deeper meaning to this statement. It appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me make any progress. The primitive statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Francisca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. True.
Objection!
Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha! I knew it. Knew you couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Carmen like this? Yes, sir. Keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Eek. Well, I don't mistake what I saw. I've not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Well, let's hear, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine the flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with my utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This patch of soil looks as though it has been something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you climb up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang? Flowers are best appreciated in silence. Looks like two things were pulled out from this flower box. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers, despite being called flowers, are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well, and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Ugh, Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man from me already. I suppose I'll need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I do have evidence. I believe I just have the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such evidence in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. These? Sheena, who was supposedly in Babel the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair plants are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. Did I say hair plants? I did. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the two countries tonight. Yeah. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Shayna's hands, who was in Babel the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Ugh. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babel. How did these support sticks find their way to Babel and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just under the stick, isn't it? And so it is. The shape and the support sticks is what is important. But when they use something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. The object that completes the picture when you use it's the crossbow. Interesting. That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting? I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. I've done it. Found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely entangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Was this used as like a zip line? You think? Like they were tied to the arrows, shot, and maybe like stuck to the wall, and that connected the two offices. Now my problem with that is I don't know how supportive that would be. But it's just something that appeared in my head. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So, Babel's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows in the side, they wouldn't go as far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues don't sprout rings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The primitive statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand, I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of a crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that the wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew, but not on the wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. I'm gonna assume that's what they're going for. What I said. That incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Yes, so I hear. Okay, why is it like... Continuing. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and dying creatures on tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many times in court. There have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in the court of law, you would have known that it's entirely possible. So you believe that stuff you're spinning right now? Courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. There really is something odd about that photo no matter how you look at it. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, right? Or what if it didn't get stuck on the wall? What if someone else was on the receiving end and tied it to like a windowsill? Yo, this is just like DRV3 case 2. But just the area by itself is meaningless, don't you think, prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbows, not the statues themselves. Rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue that tied to the arrows, what did the crossbow launch? Yeah, it's tough with the wire. Thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer. Well, come on then, show me what you got. I warned you, I know when you're just bluffing. Oh, well, I wanted to see all the press thing, but I guess we have to present it now. Finally, we reached this point in our discussion. I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastan Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babyliss Embassy. What you're claiming is really what happened. I can see how Alabast's Primoduck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. Then, what about the Babel's Primoduck statue? Dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babel. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of Babyliss Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabast Embassy. How do you explain that? Huh. I think I finally see all the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you've yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle. Rotary motion? Swinging motion bungee action. Yeah, none of these make sense except rotary. So I'm gonna have to go with this. I believe it was done via rotary motion. The two statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously? Get real, the statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of the wire attached to it, a circular belt can be performed. Yeah, that makes more sense. Langshi says, don't object and call a success what it is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyways. Agent Lang, as you know, the Primoduck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. The fact that Babel's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Like G says, "Ow! Auga!" Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirators set themselves up in two different rooms. The co-conspirator breached the arrows by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After which the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the end of the wire down to the Babel where it can be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside a grandfather clock. QED. I don't know what that means. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, what do you think? Do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I've laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. Think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. Thing that made it possible to create a circular bottom like the wire. But it's right in this very room. Circular bottom is possible. Is it the fan? Can't be the is it the fan? We're putting a lot of faith in the fucking structural integrity of these objects, are we not? The only thing that has a rotary motion in this room is a clock. and the fucking fan. I'm gonna assume it's the fan.
Take that!
Looks like you drop up another bomb on us again. Last piece of the trick are the two pulleys. Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there's one installed in each of the offices, ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley system set to turn the wire on. This must be it. So the smugglers bypassed the impenetrable security. It's interesting, but also, I don't think a ceiling fan has the structural integrity to hold two statues. Me personally, but I'll take it in stride. Yeah, you really are something, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I think that's what he said. Probably Mr. Prosecutor. One is hollow, to be fair. Yeah, but the other is probably a solid chunk of metal. Maybe if it's distributed between the two fans, I can maybe see it. Which it likely was, considering how he worded it, but still, that's a lot of faith. But you figured it out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person that set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabistian and Babyliss offices, and that passion flowers support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case? Well, don't you dare make a wolf wait for its food. Why are you so hesitant, Maya Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something you always do? Single point of the finger here, in this case will extend to an international incident. Yeah. This is very much a governmental crisis that I feel like should be handed off to the FBI at this point. But we're already here, so... However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Oh. Okay, this I actually don't know. So it's clearly clearly this guy and this guy are co-conspirating, I feel like. How do we prove that, though? Really, what? There should be a piece of evidence that gives it away. I mean, yeah, obviously. I don't know which one. Like, it literally gives it away. Okay. Maybe I'm stupid. That knife? No. Probably not the knife. Yeah, I have no idea. Is it the pick? I don't think it's a pick. I don't think it's the knife either. Wait a softly Alabistian, scared across country lines. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. Is it the knife? Okay, no. Used to smuggle the statue, should already have a piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. Fires with rebel today. Next statue, many coaching. Oh, I mean, is it just this? I don't.
Take that.
It's a fake, but it was swapped with the real one. It is originally from Alabast. Teehee, I don't know. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. Is it the flowers? I feel like that makes the most sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, I knew it was him. I just didn't know what in particular, like, would show that. But I guess the flowers being connected to him obviously makes sense. My bad. This moment could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, and as it were, in the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the pasture flowers had the time to grow this so big. He literally said he grew them, not to them. I'm sorry, man. Now, Miss Von Karma did even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. Top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person was very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So, as you've already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Queer Casalba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff he just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result as Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe that we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Okay. My brain is actually just not on pace with fucking Edgeworth's, because I actually have no idea. did he say? One single arm result Ambassador Albert sought to obtain if we were to examine the focus of this complex trick. What was he after? He wanted to switch the statues. But why, if he knew he had the real one already? Is it the knife? I think it's the knife. Okay, never mind. Items become evidence. He kind of sounds like that. Peace lies at the heart of smuggling is what should present. Wait. Most evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny, however, there's one piece of evidence that has only been partially checked, and that piece which lies at the heart of smuggling is what I should present. Is it one of these things? Or is it the money? Iota's fucking punching the wall right now as I try to use my fucking brain.
Take that! Not so fast!
Is it the tape? I am at a loss. Only been Only been partially checked. Is it the other statue?
Take that!
It is, okay. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real primitive statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask that reason than King Miss Priminux himself? I see, Ambassador. We'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that the statue once belonged to Babel. So it was smuggled from Babel to Alabast, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? It's a different reason. A shield, huh? There seems to be anything unusual about it. But it's supposed to mean that the guy's protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of understanding at it. In that case, what are you wasting time for? Let's look at the other area. The sword? With the sword drawn like that, there's an aura of valor and bravery around King Priminix. Looks so cool standing like that with the sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Maybe I should try and come up with some cool pose with a shuriken or something. I'm seriously beginning to think that her real goal in life is to become a ninja. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, there isn't really anything particularly odd about the sword, right? No, not really. We should examine a different area of the statue now. The head? This guy looks like the Seal Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look around the area at the base of the neck. There seems to be a gap. There is? I don't see nothing. That just looks like the collarbone. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open a statue from this gap within its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. What is that? Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination is required. Well, I didn't really see that at all. What in the... is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived, Jesus fucking Christ, at the exit of this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabast to begin with. The Priminix statue can only be handled by the Ambassador's Secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit bill from Plate China, the Ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask too. Surprised at the thief, the Ambassador raised the replica statue of Damask and... then in order to frame the Seal Samurai of the murder, with the samurai sword and blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess. It's all because of you? You're... You're the one who killed the mask too? Answer us. I never thought you would figure things out to this level. However, it is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around! I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guild onto a dead man. There's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Curious Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such a flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis, I didn't mean to put you through all that. Yeah, I figured. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Seeing Franziska's bait, you were able to gain a sentry and investigate rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what this is all about. Very well, I forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find the proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detective combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming for him. Oh, you're quite a scary bunch when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you're the one planning us to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we read right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. Don't be such a sore loser. Really are the head of the smuggling ring. Then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? It is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. Okay? I tell you, I knew nothing. Really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make sense that you didn't know anything. Does it make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Okay. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. We can somehow find proof now, then we can see it to justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this old man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Friday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, protective of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say. How do I do a fucking Von Karma voice? Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought. At the time. Thanks, man. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And what path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. Ooh. Well, we got him, man. The pursuit of justice is the goal we have intended from the start. I gotta use it. There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba. I wonder if you might recognize this. Ow, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so why do you have a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll let you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence will seal your fate. Haha, very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence he presented. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So, what an interesting thing you wanted to show me. The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bat's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. The knife? I don't know. I'm gonna assume it's a knife. Take a look at this area. What about that area? Okay, I'm fucking wrong. You're cooked. Dude, you should have seen earlier. It was actually terrible. I have had a... In the time that you've not joined, I've had a game over. Then is it just the fucking card?
Take that.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry for not pointing out the fucking obvious, okay? As you can see, Mr. Koshin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. That card and the one you have. Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? Ah, but there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. The blood. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at the next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building is an official Cadopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links to the smuggling ring with Cadopia. Damn, this is the most high quality security camera ever fucking forged. It's gotta be this.
Take that.
I think I'll clear this. Got them in 4K, actually. Okay, well, very obviously not the fucking badge. Go fuck myself. Here I should be pointing out, it's definitely here. So here the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia. I actually have no idea. If it's not this badge, then what could it be? Is it his fucking presence in here? The card?
Take that.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Sleep with this pocket and the directives card in it tells us that without a doubt, this person in this car is Mr. Kochan. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Okay. Oh, good. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at that time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? Yeah, he's the big boss now. The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from the time period also no longer exist. Yeah, that arrogance. What he really means is that he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? The only weapon I have left now is this piece of footage. I don't see something here that I can use against them. Okay, now I can use the badge.
Take that.
What the? Ambassador Alba. Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backbended praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadopia. But now I am only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person who could be sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the exact same medal as the one on your chest. What? This is how it will be. Bro folded by fucking showing it. But I won't look back. This is the path that I've chosen. Okay. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, is it? With a lot of you who've come this far. Looks like I just might have lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damask too attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I'd have done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. And I'm not giving you one. Wow. You two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified as self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you required, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the master didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on. It's not the thing to get worked up over because I had the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it is self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonafide trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. That's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both the wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way. Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw in my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the mask was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one special, very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Alright. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil, so in any trial that is to be held, it will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just committed to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, What is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. Gah. And I've already confessed to all my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may have taken place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance in your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you speak all so seriously of. To me, this has been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations. It's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. You ever just spent 3 hours trying to get this broken down? Oh boy. These 2 layers of protection. Extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see it now, don't you? I live on a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? To be continued. Can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him down to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. What do you got, Ling? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. We can't even give an evil guy like him on a slap of the wrist. What the heck were laws created for? What good are they? The law can't help us. I'll go to Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We were trying to take on an ambassador after all. You did tell us earlier that to get out of the theater. It's kind of their country, I guess. I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think of something for a sec. Never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, might find a rotten treasure hidden here. She's right! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let's open the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babel a bit more, sir. I have something I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Ambassador Abel seemed agitated over something. Wonder why? There are 2 special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we're unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, sounds like the embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder Damas too run a smuggling operation to make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting bills was done by Mr. Kojin and Babel. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon pressing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyways. Babel also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special writs. Well, it's time to investigate. Where the fuck would we investigate? Oh, does it have to be in here? Okay, good. It's a backdrop that they use in the Steel Samurai show today. Love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! Was the first time I heard seeing that special move. But, well, the Jammin' Ninja show's climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? The scene where he sang for the Princess Missola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps Jammin' Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. Oh, brother. Flowers are sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate a goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There's so many bouquets in here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers are for those for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babel, right? Actually, I believe they're more in the state of divorce. Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is this just my imagination? Or is this something in this picture that we've seen before? Yes, it is actually. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, we know the exact species? I would have figured you for an expert on flowers. Nah. It's all because of those flowers that the old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like I'm some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one? Not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. But he's thinking something evil behind that cheery smile. Okay, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to seal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Steel Samurai. There's that troublemaker standing there, smack in the center, making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai sounds even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, there's playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you just said he. You know what gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that in person with me ever again. Never not funny knowing that Larry is the one in the photo. Yeah, really is. Miss Belliano has a really good smile, don't you think? He was really happy that they were going to become Kadopia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who is always thinking of his country, is really to be admired. Yeah, although what happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite this country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. When you see it that those two would harm the new Kadopia are locked away. And we will. Yeah, he's mega suspicious. It seems that the lilies are at the center of this bouquet, with an accent of chamoil. Chamoyi? I don't know how to pronounce that word. You can totally smell the wonderful fragrance. Okay, this is just a picture. Look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy? If you could smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like hallucination. You don't have to be mean about it. Let's just shop this before it's in full bloom. Oops. Boom. Eureka! This was so uninspired to photo smile. Well, what? It's not? Did I not present the right thing? Chatters, am I stupid? Yes. I did. Okay, then I have no fucking idea what this could relate to. I'll look at that later then, I guess, because I have no idea. Use your brain. I don't have one. On the orders of Ambassador Alban, I was allowed an alabast. Met the lady with a white pass here not too long ago. She is fermentable and had the proper paperwork, so while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Franziska's alright. Besides, if I didn't, the whip of hers. That explains many things. That's mean. What's up, bro? Hello, and welcome to the Embassy at Babel. Sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a little time here at Babel's Embassy, we're offering very special experience a terrifying fire's ashes store. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. I'll tell you this, I'm pretty sure you're only missing the deduction. Okay. Well, fuck. I'm gonna get a game over. Volvo Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television. Yeah, we've seen this already before. Something like that, you're really ever great. Okay, in that case. What is suspicious here? I haven't a fucking clue. Okay. Is it this?
Eureka!
Oh, game over. What's up, bro? I am cooked. Well, that was anticlimactic. What the fuck do I present here? Because if it's not this, I don't know what it fucking could have been. Like, did I miss it? Is it not this? How is it not that, man? Let me look at shit. Yeah, I have no fucking idea. If you examine some evidence should become clear. Okay. Oh.
Eureka!
Babel's national symbol is the butterfly, and Elabas is a flower. It would appear that someone's employing the old hide a tree in the forest trick. What are you mumbling yourself about? Wait, what? Hand on this knife. Ah! Yes, it's hand on this knife that was supposed to be the blade that killed Mr. Kochin. The weapon that killed him was carried to the Atrium Neutralis. The very bouquet Ambassador Alva was carrying. Flower motif. Looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. But the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. Alrighty then. Agitated renovations. These two. My bad. But I thought that was the only thing we investigated. Well, yeah, it is. So it is a logic thing that we have to do. This is another deduction thing. Yeah, it is. Okay. Then is it the renovations? What? Okay. We know that counterfeit bills are printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Babylese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the fleet and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed is the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Who the fuck is Callias? Oh. Manny Cochin, Kirisalba. I don't know. Seemed that the renovation was caused of the plate disposal. It's Manny Cochin. Alright, never fucking mind. It's like, why does it ask me questions that are fucking obvious and expect me to, like, think on it? Okay. Person who's been erasing all the evidence of smuggling operation, both embassies go get straight up was mopping up with Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it's in her self-deny that she can kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstance under which Mr. Cochin was killed. You mean Ambassador Alba's a real killer? But I thought two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed the friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Palliano to be the ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabas Primadux statue. So Mr. Cochin hired the mask to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? It's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two are really thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was an Alabast. But Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? Right, and this is what we must solve next. I believe now we understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. Must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. The place where Alabastian Ambassador was likely to meet the Babylese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador and Alba happened to commit the murder is... the Neutralis. The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here. If that's the case, then everything changes. The Cedar isn't actually Alabistian land. So that wipes one of those extraterritorial rights, right? Makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check out the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babel's records will be easy to obtain, or the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they will let us see their records despite the order to vacate. Francisca go. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca. I have here security footage of both Alabast and Babel. You would do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. A Von Cormus strives to be perfect in every way. It's not my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babel investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down and say that we can't solve this case. Sorry about earlier. You won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to have to try his best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage of the from Alabasta immigration screening area. I really hope that there's something in here that we can use. Vine boom. Vine boom. Which minute's footage should I examine next? Oh. 522. I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself. He had me fooled too. According to the files I'd sent for earlier to Ambassador Alba, he was a Cadopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is, why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I haven't been able to figure out why. It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. No matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. Those are posters this country tour spot, though most are of Gatorland. Wonder if Alabasti in general are like theme parks at all. The guard who stopped you has already been to Gatorland a number of times apparently. I guess I don't have theme parks in Alabasta. This man isn't the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making the exact same scary face as he was making a minute ago. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears that he gets flustered around the ambassador. Guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabasta too. You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. Get the door. It's the door leading to the Theatrum Neutralis. The more that guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted him to get in. It's human nature. But I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end. At least nothing seems to be out of the way with the door. Missing something? I guess not. Doors leading to the theater. Trust her how to get through the store. This man is immigration. He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it. I wonder if he's just a grumpy sort. I suppose it wouldn't do much for tourism. Well, he smiled just a little now. I wonder if he called something funny. Well, even if he did, he still had that hard glare in his eyes. It appeared that he is born with stern-looking eyes. Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say. Was the body in here? Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. Only we had a pushcart itself, we could compare it from my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babel's security camera. Bet you saw something good. Phooey, there wasn't a single sign of suspicious person or anything. That, right there, is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? Didn't miss anything. Because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babel? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Yay, we got our life back. Ambassador Alba. I thought that I asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed that little game. I dare say you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded the score, that same game can never be replayed again. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm near the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There's still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know that. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Palliano. Even a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well, if you insist. We'll play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further. Ambassador Palliano. Mr. Edgeworth. All I wish is for the normalization of our relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what is it that you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyways. I want to hear your alibi and how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin. I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This is really the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Oh boy, am I gonna get to the part where... Guys, this is the very last testimony, I promise you. Nothing more is gonna get in our way. And yeah, no. Fucking doubt it. Frankly, I don't... This is the very last testimony. Yeah, fuck off. Frankly, I don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to your point, I was an alibi the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi. That is correct. It is simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babel. Now that we've cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you could move out of my way. I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, we'll refuse to budge even an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth is my subordinate and as a representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the very start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. So that's why we gotta catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it at the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you may ask, my answer remains the same. This song wasn't playing when it started.
Hold it!
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship, don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primidex statues. That is all that is nothing of your flights of fancy. So browse an objection line, that's crazy. What do you mean by that? That is not a hypothesis. Earlier we had proved to be what happened. Well, let's leave it at to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Kochan? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you could take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Oh, my throat. Therefore, I formally claim that I have no motive to kill now. Let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking so proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
Hold it!
Are you serious that just because you were partners you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Mr. Kochan. I suppose not, but I do know his relationship with the smuggling ring and into Mr. Kochan. You mean, he's a ringleader and that Mr. Kochan was a subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. Swan Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Kochan's office, right? Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Kochan's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So, Mr. Kochan didn't turn the goods over, but decided to keep them for himself? I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and being. Then that means they maybe didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Kochan. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Now then, let's continue your testimony. Get to the point, it was an Alabasta time.
Hold it!
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief was sneaking in, took me by surprise. Are you saying that it was the mask that I made the first move? Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Primidex statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense. Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering anything up. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, then I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I'm a busy man. And a speech they gave in the Rose Garden after that, you know. Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you? Man is evil, and I'm sure you're familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babel while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi.
Hold it!
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babel, and you are correct. Oh, I thought you would have put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me... The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babel. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. But no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. And you would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So, Mr. Cochin was a friend of the Ambassador Alba. That's true, then why did the Ambassador kill him? It's not like it in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is that we don't know what their exact relationship is. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is where his motive arose. Alright, let's put our thinking caps on, shall we? What motive indeed? Maybe it's 'cause of this. Maybe he found it.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. He wants to know. I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kojin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. If you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in my moving cases forward. I don't think that's what he said at all. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kojin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is request the calling of the theft of Alabas's Primaduck statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or thought cannot kill. Is that right? I don't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you'll excuse me... Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit of your time. Doesn't matter what kind of man he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babel to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning on a request from Ambassador Paliena. I'm very sorry, but it seems now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is nothing for you to apologize for, Ambassador Paliena. Need to find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, Diatagoras's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Master Alba, do you recognize us? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? It is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us. You say Byrne Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key? Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss You kill 7 years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it's related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote about every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me. You don't believe me? Then take a look at this. And what is that toy over there? This thievery device was used by Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into the embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabas, right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, I will hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, what a thorn to my side. Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? Something case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. If it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bertrand go to waste. Just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces aren't the keepsakes of your father. It's okay. Believe in you, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll come out on top in the end. okay. I'm gonna go and get stuff. Someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud the powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Gah. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Even then, if you use all the power of Ambassador Palino's office, you won't stop me. Can't let this opportunity Kate created for me go to waste. Last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that, so you see there is no time span in which I would have killed him, would you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. You can allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you though, you'll reach the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. So any needless representing will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before you returned to Babel. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. So I can't press anything, I guess. Alright. Last time I met Cochin is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Why can't I click anything? There we go. That was weird. After that, I was in all this for some time, as stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. See, there's no time center which would have killed him, wouldn't you agree? This is the very last testimony. Something tells me this isn't the very last testimony. Okay. Definitely has to do with the videotapes. So you left at 5:22. But Cochin never came back. I have a feeling Cochin tried to kill him. But failed. Hmm. Is it really taking damage? That's true. I have a sneaking suspicion it's the security footage.
Objection!
Ah, shit. Maybe I presented it on the wrong thing. Maybe it's this one?
Objection!
Definitely not. We have like 3 tries left. Um... Yeah, I don't know. '21, he left the theater at 5:22. And still Samurai came back 5:23. No one came here. Huh. Yeah, I have no clue. Don't overthink it. I'm overthinking it. I'm very much overthinking it. Last time I met with Mr. Cochin was at the Joas. After that, I was in Alabaster this time, as I stated earlier. In case I had not seen Mr. Cochin again after that. So don't really answer anything. Peter. Who was he killed? Took me no time soon which I could have killed them. I presented this statement with the camera, right? So it's not a...
Objection!
I did not mean to press that. Oh, but it was right? I'll take it. Alright. You stopped overthinking it. No, not really. Me presenting that was actually just a whim of fate. It was not intentional whatsoever. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? I was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. So you recognize it as well, as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. Yeah. No matter how passionately you overate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador. He has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that is exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless core. No! Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Yeah. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Not so fast. Goat Lang! Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it'd spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Lang Shi says, before aiming to the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters and Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now. You have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. Peak Long Lang. Perhaps you're right. The video Yatakarasu protected? You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, descendant of the founder detainment philosophy, Lang Shi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally getting grips on your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I'd so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Do you really think you could still pull that us on now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Objection! No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us? So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Kochin in the theater. But even if that's true, there was a knife in my bouquet. I left the bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it from there and used it right. Besides, the claim that he was killed here is itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babel? You claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Gah. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. It's the last testimony, guys. I killed Mr. Coach in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left the bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from here. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Do you have me surrendered too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Do you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, get this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. Can get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to this testimony. That goes finding the truth lawyer, dude. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Hold it.
Real Matt on guard? Oh, good. I just saw your name. The commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage. You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right? Excuse me? The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of. What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used in one of your national treasures. Isn't that exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take? I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary. You've been a bigger slimeball than I thought. You would push the guilt on Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates? In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing.
Hold it.
You still wish to deny your actions? And you still wish to deny the reality and accuse me of murder? What? I'm not in denial. Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I. Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do. What a pair of frightening woman you are, but I digress. Which his body was discovered in Babel, right?
Hold it.
Even if he was found in Babel, he was killed somewhere else. Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room. Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws. Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way, with evidence. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Too bad. Even though I'm no longer an ambassador, it could have been an international incident. If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return the testimony. Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well. Transport the body from the theater. I assume it's the carriage thing that the samurai is carrying. It's not really so. You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then move the body. That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone was to make an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions. Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. Yeah. Wait. Let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hints to solving this case. Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabasta, right? From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy. It does sound like it was impossible for him to have gone to the Babylese embassy. He couldn't have gone to Babel, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first? Yeah, I'm gonna assume I present this bad boy.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there's a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching at every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look in this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. It's the body. What is the meaning of this showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. You had to steal Samurai Will his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess. I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit for now that it's a bit of a hypothesis, however. If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Come she fucking... God damn it, bro. You know what? No. Go. Sorry it took so long, Mr. Arjun, sir. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. Found it in an open-air stage area. So that's where you went. Detective Spirit that Pops left me with. Thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is it worth anything to the case? Yes, I just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. Thought the entire samurai family was an alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage did you find this pushcart? Found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir. There's blood. It's blood! This must be Mr. Kochin's blood. It only goes to prove that Mr. Kochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. Ellipsis. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body inside this pushcart. And then... you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move this body for you. I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babel. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! I can show you how you move the body from Alabast to Babel, and I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask that you provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth. We figured it out. Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means... there is no question that can be answered, right? The primitive statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere that I can exploit. It's the last testimony, guys. God damn it, bro. After I returned to my Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Oh, didn't do the voice. Looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the mask too. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I said that really slowly. I do hate to waste time. What? You. Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'd find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come on, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like. Picture taken Steel Samurai. Yeah. So why was it only with the Steel Samurai that the Pink Princess was also around? The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip? I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You don't need to keep up the accent no matter what, I suppose. The point of this was not to discuss my back problems. But about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. As the first summer speech, Yatagarasu appeared. That Yatagarasu was just a trick so that you had set up. Most amusing joke. How do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it all in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You, what's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once more, everyone's inside, well... I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. And what happened after you had returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. On my return, I had struck a bad luck and bumped into Mask Man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask too. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primitive statue that he was supposed to steal, he'd already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. She's pissed. Miss Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now. Eek. I think the scary part is where her silence when she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything. Are we finished, dear? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babel? Sir! Mr. Edgeworth! Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? Hold it! It appears that we made it just in time. Who the hell is this? What the hell? It would be our great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Like magistrate, it's your time to pay. It's the Steel Samurai? No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, Mermaid of Neo Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo! Ugh. The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh. I was gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear. Go away. Go away. How could you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? I see that they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey, is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babel. You found it in the pool? I don't recall there being one in Babel. Oh, that! Well, it was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babel. I thought I'd lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry! Lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? You sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found them in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. So the smuggling route between the two countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas is... bilateral symmetry? Yeah. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! There's the location I wish for you to examine post-haste. This is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? The embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where they need to examine. Right here. Wait, so I was right about my theory of there being fucking tunnels in the grounds. Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. Go get him, Gochu. It's too late. Doesn't matter now what you'll do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here just like the Rose Garden. I've given Alba like 3 accents. No, only 2. It's the scrawny voice and then his, like, deeper voice. What is it? The 2 sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there's also a pool at the corresponding location at the Babel East side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babel to the pool in Alabast. Avoiding the topic with vague answers like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked with water. What do you think that is? It's because he fished out of a pool. Not just any pool, it was the Babelese one. It's pretty obvious at this point what this must be true. The water reservoirs and the 2 country yards are connected. And where is your proof that the 2 sides are connected? The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drawn Iron Infant. What? This is blasted dough! Sir Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey. Don't tell me. Guess figured everything out without me? We did, thanks to this hero of Justice's son. And if he is just a doll, he managed to help the foil villain. Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to pass on to Babel. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I believe he made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? See, Mr. Prosecutor, just up this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping me move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babel. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it's possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she was swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should all give up and allow me passage. Because from the start there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. Nah. What was happening in the embassy around the time Sheena was in Babel? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of water in the pool. Get rid of the water? That's it. Now I believe this time we really are done, right? Fortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say this is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. It was the fire, baby.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babelese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir water level went down. And if water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down? The reservoirs were connected? Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead you to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would have noticed. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyways? I'll let you know those pools are extremely deep. There are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There's no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will. Oh, looks like you got an answer already. Well, be waiting for Mr. Prosecutor. Find us already. I have no idea. The way in which Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level, if it was to control the water level, that would be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Miss Sheena could move up and down the pool. Was it the water level controller itself?
Take that!
Oh yeah, it was. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babyliss side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation for things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought all the way to the rose garden and pushed it along with the iron fin and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Shina was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. Then she made for the open air stage pool and wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in the pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabas into Babel. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the water fountain spouts again. And the water level rose to its original level along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And there wraps up my thorough explanation about how the body was moved. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable whether your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across the country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? What's proof? What are you going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry about all the proof I need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go to the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushgun in the open-air stage area. So too did I find one other item there. That piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. I'm gonna take a gulp of water.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on Babyliss' side will be your undoing. A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something that I found on the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to. The murder weapon. Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it appears that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when you try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit. I assume that the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story, because for some odd reason this flower petal was wet when I found it. Was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is this open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open air stage area on the babbly side of the embassy. I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this pedal explains it all for me. Proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool into Babel. Impossible! The people of Zhengfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how many plot or how many you try to cover all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy's going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. It's the last testimony. This really will be the end of the line. To be continued. Oh, dear. Letter. The final testimony, Kira Alba. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there was anything else for me to testify about.
I still get to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Excuse me. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well. Suppose I could tell you about that? Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location where the murder took place, for that is the key of this investigation. Yeah, baby, this song.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
So, you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, it was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. The Steel Samurai was cool. This guy's a hater through and through. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy, who's she? The super cute girl. She's been standing here the whole time, and only now you notice her? Her name is Kay Faraday. She's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, it's okay. I'm Larry Butts. Silent in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, it's the final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. Think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. He said his name. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I'll finish the job. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. Last row, I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave up all of the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see them.
Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here.
My dear madam, if you could continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But, seeing butterflies on the side of edgy poo.
You could spare me all the flirtatious commands.
Wow, it's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show?
I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving us that you were watching?
Quiet. You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. I see that you're willing to be a little bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out of the audience.
I do remember the contents of the show very well. Is that proof enough for you? Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice.
That's nice?
I mixed that up.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by this in an important juncture.
Wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. Next spectacular special move. The way he delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I didn't watch the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. Borsian early summer rain jab move. Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today.
Because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi.
How sad. The way he's got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him.
Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice.
Now then, let's continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba.
Very well. The Steel Samurai special move on the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into my old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
I agree, today will be the day to remember. Especially when I finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all.
Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey then, that makes you the Steel Samurai, right? Well, if you had a complete analogy, I suppose then yes. I do believe it's about time I bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai show. Got nothing on the Jam Ninja, but it was so cool enough, I guess. Was my brand new special finishing move totally rad? No, don't tell me. It was you who thought up with this special move? Yep. Now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. What was it? No, wait, it was double breaking chop. That doesn't sound quite right. How can you forget a move you came up with? Final piece of Mr. Alba's alibi is what he was watching the Steel Samurai show. But if he was visiting Mr. Kochin, couldn't have time to do so. Bro is so proud to be compared to the Steel Samurai. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. Wasn't possible. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you could trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
A samurai spear? What about it?
The spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot bludgeonness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move was used. Curicius Alba. You didn't even watch a single minute of Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Kojin instead. So, where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy. So are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show. Or most of it in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
So you see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
It's the lousiest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got out of the name of the move wrong. We can't release that as proof he didn't watch the show at all.
Yeah. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I'd wanted to watch the entire show. Honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan, someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Who was that just now? It would be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Reggie, please, hold on a sec, I beg. I may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac? What exactly is Steel Samaniac, pal? I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Archer?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It's a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose wouldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Apple directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Kochan. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else.
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab.
That boob is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it's a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, he threw it up on the dressing room whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. It's kinda how we decided the name of the move. By that time, I'd actually bit the spears, so I guess the whole thing was kinda pointless. All of you steel samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kinda pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. It'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was to shoot for publicity's sake. Most mistakes, the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen from what I can tell. It's all very unrelated to this case. It's also very tedious and pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the severe implications are in this man's testimony.
So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Queerus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. That name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used on the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Queerus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was there at some point, right? What's the big deal, sir? Let's see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant. It was the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into the Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Yeah. Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected in a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. Queerus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! Placing you under arrest right now, pal. Got that? Arrest!
Not so fast.
What is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went into the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I won't ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. That's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk. Still trying to get out of this? You really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him?
Nah, I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything.
I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room is in question is order. It's possible that we might find new evidence there. Yeah. Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from our recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we already searched there. I mean, really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and that's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
I couldn't find anything because there was nothing to be able to find.
There's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under executorial rights. The fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed that murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left for us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned into be a bust. Now if you'll excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste and arrange for a new one.
Who fucking else, bro? Who is it this time? Hold on right there, you whippersnappers. First Larry and now you? What's with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this now, but all you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely desert I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right now at this instant? You know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you? And it's so super special that I couldn't give it away just to anyone you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this? It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yes, so Edgy Poo, here, go eat one and you'll feel as right as rain. Got the whole crowd laughing.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not gonna hand out snacks all willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you. Stratchworth, can you do anything about her? There's no power on this earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick of it and tired of it all. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. And a special design on a fan like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But wait, when it just tastes like the rest, oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a special box with a Hinamaru fan on it? Never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on the fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs would pile up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinamaru dog. I need to stretch. This contradicts structure of facts between something that should not exist and yet does.
The rays from this red sun may just be what we needed to point us in the right direction. At present, City of Bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. So we'll send the dogs up to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all onto the pushcart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwillingly move at the body for you. It's time to piece the final piece of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Send the pushcart, take up dressing room, fans are satisfied for some reason. I assume that these would contradict each other. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from Lin first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on a dressing room floor are most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinumaru on it, this red sun, was filled in when the killer was busy removing the samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy Poo! Mr. Edgeworth? Are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, I suspected you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
You're bluffing.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sounds like you finally found them. Finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about this box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? The trace of evidence that will bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with the Himaru fan on it should have never existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh?
What? Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. Can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto. But why was there blood on the box to begin with? Think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Oh, yeah. You have great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? To make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. Figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry said is it true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. That is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. When my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because the embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it for myself. Great
Quirsus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to raid on your little love fest, however.
How can you be so self-confident? No-win situation for him like this.
Even if that blood turns out to be Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edward, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And? You say that like it means something.
Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Report. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. This Quirkus Alba.
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before. Have you forgotten? And if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's... He's a very good point. But when that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba's the killer... Then, this evidence, it's meaningless. That can't be. We were so close, sir.
Sure.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's something we can do. We finally have a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose it with. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Again? Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. Wasn't me either. Wasn't me either. It was me. Why did you... Because I haven't finished my reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out! Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not the same blood type of the victim's blood. What? No. What? What? What do you mean it's not the same type? I mean, it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What do we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? No idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, alright? Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. And that blood has nothing to do with the murder's investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got on that box long before it entered my embassy?
It says blood. What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone was spraying the samurai dogs at a small nosebleed? What then?
Yeah, I guess that's possible. Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. And that should be clue enough.
Clear yourself, you bastard! Silence.
Don't you dare ever address me with such filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers, now let me through.
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of that Interpol will be behind me, working to see that day comes.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Aru. Is this really the extent of all we can do? Is the blood really someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I backed in a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. Situated like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around? That's it! Must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood, is it? It's whose blood could get on the box like this, and if I think about it that way, the blood got into the box from the body who was being placed on the pushcart, and the owner of the said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. There's only one person who could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard.
Phoenix Wright, the goat?
It's because of you, kid, that I was removed from the center stage. I will be forced to live without the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. It's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies to the dark night sky. Can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of its law is powerless before me.
Powerless, is it? Wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Quercus alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what do you think it means, Kay? We had already caught him in our trap a while back. It's an incredibly powered, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, you're the Mr. Prosecutor. Care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What pieces of evidence?
The piece I speak of course, is this drop of blood. But we know that it is not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. Blood that soiled this box of the samurai dogs belongs to this person. This guy.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun in this box belongs to you,
Quercus alba? What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. Blood fell into the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded onto the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. The blood doesn't belong to the victim.
And it is only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Cochin was the one who stabbed, sir. Would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if, during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back? You mean, yet before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Miss Damask attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't accept that as fact. Can we try a test, Mr. Alba? See if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You want to talk, Mr. Alba? You managed to give the law a slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my mood was caused by Mr. Kochan, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from.
The city was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. Just as Mr. Alba was about to bring in the Alabician knife and a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove that other way is, all you talk about Mr. Kochan stabbing me is pure nonsense. So, if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
That piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Kochan brought a weapon to this theater. Is it the note?
Take that!
No, it's not. Really? Am I supposed to know? Yes, okay. Fucking hell. My bad. Oh!
Take that!
I'm stupid, I'm sorry. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatarasu key.
That key.
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. It is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife, meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have easily been brought into the theater.
God.
You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kochan's pocket. After all, the key itself opens a safe in his office. And inside that safe was a document about Cadopian paper signed by Mr. Kochan. In order to make it look like Mr. Kochan died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quircis Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine! All of you! Especially Manny Kochan. It's all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal the control of the smuggling ring by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu card and the sentence was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But yet another reason story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors.
And I would have gone away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country, or Alabas, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
E.
It's where...
You dehydrated. Yeah, this is it. This is a big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. I've been amazed with one karma in a court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think of what that would be like. Got a glimpse of Mr. Abel as he was being escorted to the courthouse. And boy, you looked as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant, even in Mr. Pointsman world, Mr. Alba's secret agent. Correct, that smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during the smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring and to end in their favor. Or OU Airlines and even the prosecutor's office. And we'll see from that smuggling ring house, sir. I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, it's like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Nothing, it's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also being scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano's been working with the smuggling ring for now over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, the rest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano. I guess that about wraps it up for the KG8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Mr. Manny Kochan. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackerel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. Seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding the truths from us. And I will expose it all for the trials today. Solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and Date Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls he tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received from gifts from Ambassador Polena. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you. Dead man. Truly unfortunate. Sorry, I had to open my door for my dog. Wait, actually, I don't want them anymore. You're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Kadopi again, its economy has changed. Really? It seems that Ambassador Palieno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's announced it as the official ambassador of a newly reunified Kadopia. But what a pity, with every item he sent us a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. You don't want them? Give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Wait, is that what I said? So Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Who said that? Actually, come to think of it, where's Kay? How come she's not here? Hey, gotta be more alert than that. Can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you. I realized that the voice was you. Langshi says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, wasn't surprised to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country's finally getting what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhengfa is finally at peace again. It's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks. Wow, never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. You ought to negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights. I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. Shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. Always done my own things my own way. That's not about a change. You got that? Let's see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. As for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. Looking forward to it. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir. I hope there's some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Hope you've got enough because I'm going to go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatakarasio. It's a story of those who chose to dedicate their lives in pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end they have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced to me on since I was very young. However, I no longer think that all prosecutors are. That is because... even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short amount of time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. Today, more than any other day, I feel a fight racing from within. I've done it. I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's step for the other day. Thanks, Sam. I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet. They've become a real sensation. Yeah, she found the right target audience. Thanks to the praise of the art, would have lavished on my work as being postmodern. The airline chosen me to design their new line of Go-U jumbo jets. Just think someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. That sounds fucking terrible. Edgeworth, the rudeness of the man. Except my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, however, I received most fantastic treasure recently. The Murdoch statue of Principality of Cadopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Palleino was most generous. Glad Palleino wasn't the bad guy. We finally caught Agent Hicks Killer. I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It was good finally bringing everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian courts await. Cadopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so I should not find my victor there. Yeah, no, I totally thought he'd be, like, involved, but I guess not. What's up, Meekins? This little patrolman isn't fired up today, sir. Thought I was safe since I found a new gun I dropped. But I haven't noticed that I dropped my police badge, too. Guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has been suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles, man. But yeah, he seemed a little too earnest for my liking. But I guess he was just an earnest man. Trying to make a living. Yo, I forgot Emma showed up for like not that long. I was actually hoping to talk to Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. So got a long way to go and lots of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's gonna need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Ace Attorney makes you doubt the nicest people, actually. What now? Oh, this girl. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easily. I won't be going outside much anytime soon. It's totally okay. The only person I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Oh, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. But, stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Young Emma has no idea what the future has in store for her. She does not. It appears there is some sort of drama taking over the courtroom. Since the judges here, they are not. I forgot the fucking voice I gave them. Apparently, Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with the thief and became detective. Maybe I should team up with the bailiff and try to become lawyer or something. The bow. Phew, barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, but boy, were you lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. Don't let it get to you down, Maggie. You still got me. You're right, sir. I would be sad. I'm gonna pick myself and get through this. I wonder where my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. You know, I actually miss Maggie almost as much as Gumshoe. She's been there a few times. What's up, little bro? Why not come to Cadope for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Though recreating that particular case has created a few small fires on its own. And then we had a few problems with the fire marshals. Next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I have to enlist Kei's help with creating our latest attraction. Sitting on my phone. It's Larry. I can't believe that Minnie ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're gonna go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. We'll sell like hotcake dogs for sure. Blue hot dog and a blue fun. Guarantee it'll turn your dog and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or really, but... Oh, so I noticed I haven't really seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. What's up? Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. I was wondering what he was talking about, but then... Phoenix. Yeah, he did, surprisingly. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that the elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting who should succeed, who should be the next boss. Although, to
To be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Lang Shi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all... yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I begun noticing the gray hairs on my beard more. I think of retiring my mirror. So he wasn't arrested?
Troll bang. I was the pink princess and the pink badger in a span of 2 days. Talk about busy. It's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please, take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? Like I enjoy being on a headpiece every time I see him. I've been able to...
We're back here. Whoop! Feels so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess is top notch, sir. Yeah, and then nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. It's a maze. Like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgewood's always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they begin a large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave from Jessica and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, okay? Oh, well, we taking care of the creep and killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. You trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. Can't steal something so important to you, gummy. Phew, what a relief. Okay. Yes? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become the great thief? Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I want to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. 3-person team? 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me if possible. Those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. You see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see. Hey, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? Don't be such a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on window and make it sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Lock on my window home has been broken for forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Take a group picture, just the 3 of us. Yeah, come remember the photo. Your big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, take the picture now. Hey, come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking now. Say cheese. Let me see it. And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It's all the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there's little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is I want to pursue the truth, and I want to believe in the strength of those who use the power for the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Doll. What a good photo. Oh, and I'm done. Last thoughts on the characters in game. I think it was alright up until the last case. I think the last case was pretty good for what it was. Yeah, the last bit was funny though, because it's like, you're not gonna fucking catch me, yeah, fuck you. Prevent evidence. Oh yeah? Well, this thing and that happened like 5 times. But it was funny. But, Kay is pretty cool. Not too crazy on her yet. That and like the whole Yatagarasu crew, minus fucking Bad Lady, are also pretty cool. The Investigations one is solid. Yeah, it's a fun game. I don't think any Ace Attorney game is bad. Just some are less better than others, and I think I would put this in like high B tier, probably. Or mid B tier, actually. I think I prefer Apollo Justice over this. I think 2 is the best in the series. We'll see. We'll see. I'll probably start it tomorrow, honestly. Because I do want to get on that. Considering people call it the fucking peak of the series. But yeah, it's like 1 AM. Never mind, it's 2 AM. Fucking hell. I need to go to bed because I have school in fucking 9 in the morning. So yeah. Thanks for sticking by. I'm gonna dip. Yep. Talk then. Adios.